Haven't looked at it. It's not going to open now. How about you? Do you have any questions? I go ahead, ask. Yeah. Okay. So if you don't have any general questions, it's okay. So we will continue our class today. So I will do this, then later afternoon I will give you presentation assignment, what you need to do, and then I will also give you the time that when you're going to present. That is supposedly should be the last class. Okay? Before I forget, so our lecture in the evening is 2 to 5, am I correct? Yeah. But we'll start at 2:30. Okay? We start at 2:30. Okay? Okay. Hopefully it doesn't drag until 5:30. Okay, so let's do today on bioethics. Do you know what is bioethics is? Forget about bioethics. So do you know what is ethics? So what is ethics?
Persons are supposed to deal with people and his or her personality is something.
Code of conduct. Very simple. It's code of conduct. So what is the ethics for you to come to the class? Ethics. Okay, I need to draw your blood. Does she has the right to refuse? Yes, she has. But what are the ethics that you need to present to her so that she will be obliged? So let's look at what is bioethics in the whole bigger context is about. Okay. You see, now often known as medical ethics or clinical ethics, which are hospital-based issues. Okay, you see, philosophical study of ethical issue brought about by advances in scientific and medical technologies. Okay, so bioethical dilemma arises when different parties, okay, like 2 or 3 people, like each and every one of you is a different parties, albeit as well, meaning hold divergent value that lead opposing viewpoints on appropriate action. So what does it mean? It's very simple. Now when I say what is the ethics to come to lecture, okay, she is saying that everyone must be here by 8:50 a.m. So that is her viewpoint, because we have to come here, we have to settle down, because you are walking, you have to relax down, so that you will have a relaxed mind when the class when I am starting the lecture. Okay, but your viewpoint is that I will be here punctual at 9. because I don't want to waste time. Who's right, who's wrong? Who's right, who's wrong? Okay, on the context, he's here 9 o'clock, nothing is wrong, class starts at 9. She's here 8:15, good, nothing is wrong. But her viewpoint would be opposing this viewpoint, and this viewpoint would be opposing her viewpoint. So who's right and who's wrong? So that is ethics. None of them is wrong, but none of them
Right.
in their way. You see, for him she's not right, for her he is not right. Correct? So this is where that you have opposing ideas. Okay, you have opposing ideas on what you need to do. And this is where the dilemma of ethics comes in research. Okay, very simple. I said I can work with anthrax. I need to culture anthrax. Is it wrong? No. But how I do it to make sure that everyone is safe, that is about the guidelines. Okay, understand? Okay, it's a very big, very diverse, very big, very gray areas a lot, but they have narrowed it down by time. Okay, so why do we need, and what is bioethics? You see, many or all people feel that the need to justify their behavior. So you are justifying your behavior. Okay, he is also justifying his behavior. Why should I waste the 10 minutes? Okay, so to explain why their behavior is unacceptable. Okay, and then bioethics, how scientists and health professionals, okay, ought to behave in biomedical science. So this is what bioethics is about, and then how that a guideline or guidance can guide them how to work correctly. Okay. So when you see common bioethics issue, disagreement between family and clinician regarding patient or resident's best interest. So what is that? Okay. Now, let's say a person A, I don't want to say anyone, person A collapsed. That is one of your close family member. So each and every one of you. Okay. So you are taking your close family member to the hospital. Okay. And you have brought to the nearest hospital that possible. So you need first aid treatment. Okay. The doctor there are giving the first aid treatment, and the doctor is saying that the person has collapsed, has a brain hemorrhage according to the scan, and need to be done surgery immediately. But you know that 20 kilometers or 30 kilometers away, in a different specialist hospital, there's a surgeon who's the best in the city to do this kind of surgery. Okay? So now the doctor is saying that the patient is not stable even to be moved with stretcher, could damage more brain hemorrhage. Okay, but you are asking to shift, to carry the patient to a different hospital. Because your best interest is to make sure that the patient is good. But what is the doctor's best interest? To make sure that they want to save the patient. They are not allowing you to ferry the patient to the new hospital. So who's right, who's wrong? That always happens. So, as a patient, at the end of the day, as the custodian of the patient, you have the full right to deny treatment and go somewhere else, but you have the final say to face consequences. But during the time, what does the doctor does? They give you a form to fill in and sign. Why? Why they give you a form to fill in and sign? You read the form, they have said that, they have cleared up everything, and it is your responsibility, and you are taking out the patient on your own willing. Any consequences you face. Because if they don't get the form signed, what they will do? They will say the doctor didn't advise me, the patient died because of the doctor, I'm suing the hospital. So that is the guidance that they have how to proceed with that. So with that, you can take over. There's another issue where the patient is in coma. And they have been living with a life supporting machine. The doctor is advising, saying that the patient has brain death. So when the patient has brain death, the chances of the patient retrieving from coma is less than 1% or below than that. Okay, all of you know, I think, if you read on medical terms. But as a guardian of the patient, I'm insisting no. You cannot shut down the life supporting system. Can the doctor or the hospital take the right to shut down the life supporting system? Because they know the patient is already brain dead. He's dead. Just the machine is pushing the heart to move. Does the doctor now, when I'm saying no, can a doctor now shut down the instrument? Because of they already scientifically, medically proven the patient is brain dead. Can they do it? Why cannot? Cannot. What you are saying is right. Okay? So you see, the dilemma is here. Until they have to make sure that they convince the child or the spouses or someone saying that they need to shut down the life support. So another guideline that they have, when you are bringing the patient to the hospital, okay, the patient has cardiac arrest, collapsed, fainted, you are bringing to the hospital within 15 minutes or within 30 minutes. Okay, I forgot they have a time frame. They ask what time collapse for 15 minutes. But when you arrive at the hospital, when they check the pulse is not there. Okay, when they check the pulse is not there. It means that heart has stopped. But when from the time the patient collapsed and the time the patient arrived at the hospital is within the range, they have to give first aid treatment, which CPR. And the CPR has to be given continuously for 1 hour. After 1 hour only they can declare the patient is dead. They have to intubate the patient and everything, even though they know there's no pulse. But there are chances to retrieve because the patient heart has stopped within that time frame. So these are the medical ethics, bioethics that they have. With guideline. In very long ago, when there's no guideline, the doctor check, no pulse, go. The doctor decides. Some of the doctors say, let's try. Just 15 minutes, I can try to retrieve. They have retrieved. So with this, they have come up with a proper guidance that how things has to be done. This is about ethics. So as a doctor, when I check no pulse, the patient is dead, I declare that nothing wrong. Okay, I'm wearing a different hat, a different doctor like him. He went, he said, I'll try. And the patient retrieves. That also not wrong. Because when there is no pulse in medical, it is considered dead. So where is the line? So as I said, they have to give CPR for 1 hour. Why it's not 2 hours? Why it's not 3 hours? Why it's not 30 minutes only? It takes 30 minutes to come to the hospital. So I give another 30 minutes, so it counts the 1 hour range. You see? So there's no right and wrong rule, but now when there is the guidance, how the ethics need to be done, then they need to follow that. Okay? So if you don't intubate for 1 hour, then it will be wrong. Okay? So you see, living at risk, eating, wandering and falling. Okay? Some of you have a phobia. Okay? Like, who have allergic to seafood? No one. Okay? Good. Like someone you know, like allergic to seafood. Okay, I think you have watched movies. You might have seen. And they eat, they will become solid. face it turns red and so on. Okay, so ethically, when you say ethics, what's wrong? Eat. It's food, but for them that's everything. Okay, some of them have fear of eating food because, especially females, because they get fat. Okay, diet. Okay, so some of them have fear of taking flights. All these phobias, claustrophobia, or when you type all types of phobia, there are a lot of types of phobia. But there is people. Okay, what is? There are millions of people traveling daily in flight, but why you are scared of traveling in flight? There are people who doesn't take flight. They go on ground transport, if not they don't travel. Okay, so ethically right or wrong? Because there is you. When it comes to you, when you decide what to eat, what not to eat, nothing is wrong. When there's two or more people and you are deciding for that people, is wrong. That is where that guidance comes in. Okay, let's say two of you, like this whole class, we want to have a semester end party. So I said you all decide two types of food. Do you think for you to decide the two types of food is easy? Everyone have their own preference, and your preference might not be similar as that preference. So you all will talk and talk and talk, would come to a common preference, but that would not be the best food that you like or all the class likes. But that is the common food everyone accepts. So that is what ethics is about. So actually I've done it, but right. So that is what ethics. But I'll just go through whatever the things you see. So deciding appropriate forms of care like I said. Okay, when the patient is bedridden, so you want to keep it at home and take care, or you want to leave it at a caregiver home, or you want to leave the patient at the hospital. Where? Okay. So determining legitimate level of restraint. Okay, so legitimate level of restraint means what? Now I want to choke her. So I must make sure that I choke her. So it's not dead, because I'll be in trouble. But I choke her so that she's scared and tell me something. So it's how people threaten others. Okay? So what it called by determining legitimate or level of restraint is usually that it comes to when I give you a simple example when you are handling animals. Okay, when you're doing animal study, so how do you kill the animals? Okay. Previously we can use vital dislocation. Like mouse, we hold it, pull, take. I've done that for a lot of mouses. Okay? Until they came with a new guideline saying that before you do cervical dislocation, the mouse must be unconscious. So you add the gas and make them unconscious, then only dislocate them. Okay? While I was doing my PhD, like one of my female friends, they don't want to do that, they found me to do that. Okay? After that, I avoid doing animal studies. Okay? I might have just killed few hundred helping out people. Okay? Young age, well, I can do it for you. So I did that. Okay? So what is the level of restraint that you do? So you see, previously I can just do that. But they feel that that is inhumane for the animal. So when the animal is unconscious, you do that, it's fine. They don't know. You see, why they don't know? Because when you have a cage full of animals, okay, you take one, you dislocate and put it when you want to take one. Do you think that animal doesn't know that they're going to die? I'm going to kill them? They know. They know. So to avoid all of that, people have come with guidelines. So we are doing animal studies, and then you you go to animal ethics, okay, I need 1,000 mice. They will just cancel your proposal and throw it away. You have to be realistic numbers. You cannot be simply killing animals. You are doing research for the good of humanity, but you also must take care of the animals. Okay? Like chicken. They are eating chickens. So people are breeding chickens. Well, chicken, do you know that how many chicken does the world produce and eat per year? 100 over billion chicken. Okay? There's a statistics in Malaysia that each person, one person, for 1 year, they eat about 50 to 60 chicken. Whole, not piece. Okay? This is including vegetarians and people who don't eat meat. So if you exclude them, it's small. So how much chicken is being used divided by numbers. So are we saying that it's wrong? Eating chicken is wrong? No. So kill to eat is fine, survival. Kill for fun, it's not. Like there's a cat, you catch the cat, you burn the cat, and when you're looking at the cat burn and die, suffering death, you're happy. Is it ethical? And some people, so that's why that you do medical research or animal research, they don't allow you to just simply take patient samples or animal sample. You must, they have a guideline, strict, I'll come to that. Okay, determining the patient preference without clear instruction. Okay, providing services that take up tremendous resources, like multiple transplants. Like you need to change 5 organs. Yeah. Patient might not survive. So even though the patient has multiple organ failure, so what organ the patient needs the most to survive will be transplant first and see whether the patient will survive. Okay? Okay, you see, this is, please have a concentrate on this, how bioethics came about. Okay? So the biggest concern, it started during the Hitler's, okay, regime. Okay? You see, Nuremberg doctors trial. So it was done in Germany, Nuremberg doctors trial, where you see 23 German physicians who either participated in the Nazi program to euthanize person deemed unworthy of life. What does it mean? They look at the people who's in the prison. This prison is cramped. Okay? Look at the people, they say, oh, you cannot do work because you don't have one leg and things. You just look at food them. Okay? Food decides. The physician decides that. Okay? Or who conducted experiment on concentration camp prisoners without their consent were tried. The whole trial of this issue lasted 140 days. 85 witnesses testified and almost 1,500 documents were introduced. 16 of the doctors charged were found guilty, 7 were executed. Okay. Do you all know what Nazi did? Okay, they catch all the Jews. They put it in concentration camp. Okay, they just took over. Especially this thing happened mainly where? In Germany? No. Poland. So Poland was a country where a lot of Jews were that time, were doing businesses and everything during the World War. They went, they took over Poland and they did. Okay? So you all can go and watch a movie called Schindler's List. I think we might have heard of that movie. The movie's name is Schindler's List, which came out in 1993. which is explaining about the Nazi concentration camp, what happened. And the guy named Schindler actually saved a lot of people. Okay? So you can have a look at the movie how things happen. And I've been to the camp where the Auschwitz camp. Okay? A room by 10 by 10. Okay, everyone listen, eh? 10 by 10. 10. 10 means 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. 10 of the tiles, 10 this room. 30 people must leave. 30 people must sleep there. Can you sleep 30 people inside there? So that's what they did. Okay, so let's go on. Now we'll talk a lot. You see, these are some of the pictures that were taken from the internet. We didn't take some from anywhere else. I'm not a Nazi guy. Okay. So this is people, you see, this is their prison costume, and this is one of the experiments that they are doing on the prisoners. And they didn't ask permission from the prisoner itself. Okay? So then it starts Nuremberg Code. So that is where then everyone decided that there should be code of practice, and the code of practice now called as Nuremberg Code. Okay? So what the code says that any research that you do, you should get voluntary consent. Without the consent of you cannot. So, can I ask mice, can I kill you? Okay, but now with the AAA guideline, okay, that is a very strict guideline, especially when you want to work with macaque. You know what is macaque? Monkeys. Okay, so when you want to work with macaque, you must train the monkeys. And if you want to draw the blood, when you show the syringe, the monkey must be leaving the end to draw the blood. Like we have cats and dogs. When you do like that, the dogs comes to you. Okay? Even though you beat the dog, but when you do like that, the dog still comes to you. Okay, so that is how you need to train. Okay, but not with mice, because mice doesn't listen. But when you want to work with bigger mammals, you have to do that. Okay, so this one is mainly for human. The Nuremberg Code is not for animal, it's human. Anticipate scientific benefit. What it means that you must tell the volunteers what is the benefit of that research, even though you just want to give 5 mil of blood. Okay, and always your research benefit outweighs the risk. Okay, like you cannot, let's say that I want to do a research, I'm producing a new antibody, I'm saying that that antibody is good, you cannot get obese, okay, it can reduce your weight, okay, but I haven't tested the side effect yet. So can I just give to the jab to the patients? No. So because the risk is high, I haven't evaluated that. So whenever the risk is high, they won't allow it to be done as human trial or something. So the benefit must be so high. Okay? So animal experiments first, you see, you must test everything on the animal and proven, then only it will come to human. Avoid suffering. Okay? You must make sure that any kind of things people shouldn't suffer. Physically, mentally, pain, or anything. Okay? No intentional death or disability. Okay. I'm now, I'm now trying to design artificial fingers. Okay? So to test my artificial fingers, I need to have people without fingers, right? At least 1 or 2 fingers. So I'm trying to find cannot get. Okay? I take sana, I say hi, then I chop. Okay. Sana was sitting down relaxing now. Okay? So cannot. Okay, so that you cannot do that with an intention. Okay, protection from harm must make sure that the volunteers or the patient or the sample that they are using is being protected. Subject free to stop or redraw at any time. Now, when I ask you, okay, let's say that I'm asking you, I'm doing a study on NPC now, okay, but I'm not going to ask you because I already get all the healthy individuals. Okay, so I say I need healthy individual nasal swab. No, nothing wrong nasal swab. And when I ask you, because I'm teaching you now, I'm going to no, you have this complexity that you have in your mind, right? I'm teaching you now, I'm grading you now. And you all know that I'm going to give you a grade for 75%. It's assumption, 75%. So when I ask you, you are obliged to say yes. Am I correct? Let's put rational. Okay, theoretical we leave it on sides. Okay? You are obliged to say yes. Because you are scared that if you don't agree, then I might do something with your marks, because I need urgently I was needing sample, I say, I need it by tomorrow, can you help me? So you are stuck in the middle. But you don't want to give. Okay? You said yes now, but that thing was lingering in your mind and you don't feel uncomfortable. Tomorrow, later, you can say no. I don't know. This, I cannot even force you. Okay, but you are not sure whether I'm going to cut your mouth or not. But you just thought about that and said yes. Understand? But even though you said yes, the last wee hour before the needle goes in, you can say no. You have fear of needle? Okay? The same thing. Okay? I've seen this with my eyes. Because the boyfriend is doing experiment. He asked the girlfriend to come and help as anti-viewer to take some blood. This happened that I saw this. Okay, the girlfriend she has a bad fear of needle, but she's obliged because the boyfriend is asking, need sample. She came and she tried. And the doctor said that why you agree because of him. I'll say, go, I won't take blood from you. Because she's not consenting. She's just come because the guy like pestered her or something. I'm not sure. Because I was there, I'm taking a different sample from different patients, and the girl was crying, don't believe her. So until the needle goes in, you can say no and you can withdraw. No one can stop you. Okay? Qualified investigators, as I said. So who's the qualified? Can I draw your blood? No, I don't have a certificate, but I used to do it by myself. Okay, but I'm not a drug addict. But I'm not qualified. I don't have that qualification. Who has the qualification? The technicians, who's the medical lab technicians who have been trained, okay, or nurses who have been trained, or the medical doctors. They are the ones. So even if you want to take your blood, even I want to take your nasal swab, can I just ask you to put or just outside, boom, like that? No, cannot. Because you must know that how much for you to tilt so that it will go and hit there at this point, and until where that you can enter. Because if you enter inner, you will injure and start to bleed. Okay? So investigator will stop if harm occurs. Okay, I've gone through that. I think I've told you about the malaria drug, right? Okay, I've been a healthy individual sample to test on malaria drug during my PhD because they pay you. So as a student, so why not? When I just go and test, they pay me, they do all the medical checkup for free and everything. So I went for this trial. So for malaria, there's two drugs, chloroquine and artesunate. And these drugs are separate drugs they give you. Right? You take these two or this one or something. But this company, it was Mayors, a big company, they have made a combination drug of this. So it's no harm to give to patient because both drugs are safe, FDA has been used. But when they combinationally, they want to test it, how the combination will work. So I was the first. So we had the first batch. We take drugs separately. We take chloroquine first. They check us. Then we take artesunate after a few weeks. They check us. After that, we have to take the combination. But when we took the combinational drug, what happened? Within 30 minutes, some of them fainted, and like even I feel very dizzy. I cannot even stand. That happens to everyone. Not even one subject have been saying that I'm okay, nothing happened. Okay. So what happened? The whole, because we were the first batch, we were having multiple batches to test. The whole investigation has put to stop. Was not proceed anymore. And we were not tested, we were taken care and given priority and treatment. Treatment means they were just checking our BPs and everything for the coming 6 months. Firstly, we have to come every week to take our ECGs and everything, and then 2 weeks once for 1 month, and then 1 month until the 6th month. And they at the end they took our blood and everything tested. They said okay, nothing. But the whole investigation was put to stop. Okay, so if it was prior to 1947, what will happen is that this group of patients are big patients, so we take much more stronger group or healthier group and we test on that because there is no guideline. There is no ethical guideline. But now they have ethical guideline and it has to stop. If they don't stop, okay, because this one will be done by the doctors. They are licensed to this. They cannot practice anymore. So if you don't follow, there is repercussion for that. Previously nothing. No, I tested with them. I think they are weak. Maybe I've chosen a wrong subject group. So that's why now I'm taking all the athletes. Previously people would do that. Okay? So the distinct academic field began in 1960s in the United States. Philosophers and theologians means people who looks on theories. Okay? Were later joined by physicians, ethicists and lawyers. Scientific advance coupled with cultural changes, new emphasis on individual autonomy and right, suspicions of medical paternalism. Medical paternalism is the doctor says you will follow. The doctor says, say yes. Oh, you need to be your cut, removed. And then you cannot go to other doctors or something. Okay, previously there was this kind of cases, so they want to avoid that. What is like paternalism means you're like your father, when your father says no means no. Even though you can watch TV, he say no, go and sleep, you must go and sleep. But it doesn't happen here. Okay? I can give you an example that it's way back about 25 years ago. Okay. One of my auntie went and she was having very severe knee pain. So this doctor investigated her and doctor advised her to do total knee replacement. You know what is total knee replacement, right? Okay? So remove the knee, they put the plastic knee inside. And then that time I was doing my PhD in Kuala in the School of Medical Sciences. Then my mom called me and said that can you then I went and saw a doctor who's doing his orthopedic, masters in orthopedic. So we were friends. So I asked, he said, why you don't get a second opinion or third opinion before your auntie want to do the surgery? Okay. And then my auntie went for second opinion. And that person is one of the prominent orthopedicians in the country. So he said, you don't have to. You only need to do total knee replacement when we come. He asked if I got something to reduce weight. Let's see. Still can't, then you come in. Until now, Nandi is still walking. But the first one also is not wrong. Because that is his thing with my auntie's current weight and think he said that is better. But the options were not given. So that is why, so medical paternalism is bad. Like those days, you are stuck with one doctor, like your family doctor and everything. And then when you go to other doctor to ask, they ask who's your family doctor. So they don't want, like between doctors, they don't have issues. But now, doctors don't mind because it's guideline. So now, when you look into medical legal cases due to medical negligence by doctor, there are quite a number because they have given wrong treatment. So how the lawyer fight the case? Okay, when there is an issue, so how it should be done? There's a guideline how it should be done. If the doctor doesn't follow the guideline, step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4, step 5, he just will jump to step 6 or step 7, then the doctor is in trouble. Okay, because of that, each and every practicing medical doctor, they have to buy practicing insurance. It's a separate insurance. It's not a life insurance. It's practicing insurance. Like I'm coming here and teaching you so that you don't sue me. If you sue me, I need to protect myself. I'm buying lecturing insurance. Okay, but that's not available. But I'm just saying, so doctors have this insurance called practicing insurance to save that. Same thing, lawyers also have practicing insurance. Because suddenly their client can come and sue them saying that you didn't fight my case properly. Okay? So when all of this thing is available, so people are more open. Okay? Focus on individual research participation and patient. Okay, it is not. So these are the things. Okay. So what were the founding bioethics study, which is the normative ethics, which is formulation and defense of basic principles, values, virtues, and ideal governing moral behavior, and descriptive ethics, factual description of moral behavior and belief. And then you have analytical approach, discerning meanings of life, concepts of right, justice, fairness, and so on, and balancing ethical principle, shift from the greatest good to individual rights. So what does it mean at the end here? Okay, shift from the greatest good. Oh, if I do this, it's the best for the mankind. No, no more. You cannot say that and call people. You go to prison, we just give them. Previously, a lot of this human trials and things were done in prisons. They are the ones who don't have anything. Okay? But now, with all of this thing, it is like from the greatest good to individual rights. Even in prison, they have to sign off. If they don't want to sign, it's fine. And now, even I think quite a number of countries have put a rule that medical experiments could not be done with prisoners. Why? As I say, they are all lost. They are inside the prison. When the warden comes and says that they want to do this, sign. If they don't sign, what's going to happen to them? Might get tortured, they will get food to eat. So we don't know, let's be realistic. So putting that realistic events in front, there are quite a number of countries have now law that you cannot do medical research with prison patients. If you need to do lots and lots of approval that you need to do, because I know a group is doing on, especially on HIV and T, because we find that more in this. Okay, TBs, HIV, like infection, in certain type of infectious diseases. That's not, I'm not sure what's the problem. Okay, like drug addicts, a lot of drug addicts are suffering from HIV. So that research is allowed because you get the numbers, and but you need to get all of them. Okay. So major principle in bioethics like Tom Basham and James Charles principle of biomedical ethics. So they are the first one who comes with the principles and things. So non-maleficence and beneficence, which is utilitarian harm benefit analysis. So you must do harm benefit analysis. So whether that when you do this research, where does the benefit and where does the risk? So that is where that now all of the project you need to do risk analysis, risk management as some part and parcel of every single project. Okay. So I didn't show you the latest run application because it's not forms, it's online already. You need to do risk analysis and you need to do SWOT analysis. You know what is SWOT? Okay. Okay, SWOT, strength, weakness, huh? Opportunity and threats. Thank you. Okay, strength, weakness, opportunity, and threats. So, what are the strength? What are the weakness of the project? What are the opportunity of the project? And what are the threats the project has? And where does it fall? Okay, if your weakness is a lot, then bye bye. Okay, so all of this has to be done. Do no harm, best interest of standard. So you must follow the guideline standard. Autonomy, respect for one's right and dignity. It's not your autonomy on everyone. It's that people's personal autonomy. Informed and voluntary consent. Justice, fairness, caring for the most. That is why during the COVID, the government had said that people need to be vaccinated. But can they force and check everyone? Cannot. It's people's right. They want to take the vaccine or not. Some of them didn't take the vaccine at all. But the problem is that if you are not vaccinated, what the government did, you cannot travel. And you need your vaccination thing for you to enter most of the government places like shopping malls and things. You need to scan. In Malaysia, if you are in Malaysia, there is a My Sejahtera thing that you need to make scan and show them saying that you have been vaccinated before you can enter the premises. So people who are not vaccinated, they cannot do that. But they cannot force the people to be vaccinated. Because it's my right. There are a lot of people in the US also same thing. They didn't get the vaccine. Okay? So that is the right as a person that I have. But as I say, realistically they can start to block you from different angle. But if you can survive that, it's okay. I need to get vaccinated. Because as a government servant, for me to enter the building, I need to get vaccinated. I need to work. Okay? So if I don't get vaccinated, how? So major principle in same thing. Okay. Now let's look at one case that everyone have a look. I want to ask everyone to answer. Supposedly, a trolley is running out of control down the track. This is a train track. Okay, train track, a trolley means like one of the compartment of the train. Okay. In its path are 5 people who have been tied to the track. 5 people are tied to the tracking spot. Fortunately, you can flip a switch which lead to the trolley down a different track to safety. Unfortunately, there is a single person tied to that track. So now you are here, the trolley is coming, the trolley is supposed to go this way, and when it goes this way, the trolley is coming from behind me, I'm standing here. Okay, exactly nice number. Okay? Okay, the trolley is supposed to go and hit here, 5 people. But I'm here, I can switch it, so you can go and hit 1 person. What should I do?
The
Trolley cannot be stopped. I can only flip the trolley from hitting 5 of you to her.
No toggle switch.
Huh?
No toggle switch.
Don't open switch. So you will hit your.
5 people.
Huh?
Because these people not correct location.
The people is not in the correct location. So now I want to save 5 people, or I want to save 1 person. And I have the right to decide. Okay. So he said, good, he said that it's already in the path, don't change it, let it be. Okay. Why should I switch it and kill a person? Okay. Why should I flip it? The accident meant to happen here. It's not here. Okay, that is his point. There's no wrong and right answer. But what should I do? I'm standing here. I only have 1 minute or 2 minutes to think. What should I do?
There is a girl like wants to get a driving license, and there's a policeman with her in the car, and he's asking her like if there is an old woman come in front of you, what you will do, and there will be a child. She was saying like absolutely I will kill the old one because the old one have this old life, but the young one have opportunity to think about that. And the policeman dropped my saying go like don't go like you can just the brake one.
Stop. But there's no break.
So
I have switch. Okay, so here you have to look into the guiding guidelines, and the best thing is that risk benefit analysis. If I switch, what's going to happen? Okay, let's assume this. 5 of you are civilian, normal people, like me and everyone. But that 1 person who is tied up there is the Prime Minister. So no question asked, you're dying. My correct?
she's the only one in that.
Okay. No. Risk benefit analysis. Who's more valuable? Who's more valuable? Okay? So, but as I said, also correct. Why should I change the cost when the cost is there? That is spiritual. Okay? Let's put this. That is spiritual. I'm correct. Okay? And some people, when I did this, a lot of people plus some people raise up the hand and say that if even though you switch, these 5 people already meant to die. She died and the 5 also died. Other thing would happen to them. No, that is spiritual. Okay? Let's put spiritual by the side. Let's talk rational. Okay, let's talk rational. Okay? But now let's look at the different scenario, which is related to the first one. A physician has 5 patients, each in need of a different organ and will die without that organ. Unfortunately, there are no organs available to perform any of these 5 transplant operations. Okay, I'm the doctor now. A young man who just got hit by a trolley, so now I've switched. Okay, I've switched. Hit by a trolley is brought into the ER. ER means emergency room. In the course of assessing his injuries, which are not life-threatening, if treated immediately, the doctor discovered that his organs are compatible with all 5 of his dying patients.
No.
Would it be justified for physician to let the patient die to harvest the organ to save other 5 patients?
No.
No. No, right?
No.
But when you do risk benefit analysis, so which one is more beneficial? Saving 5 or saving 1?
Saving one, but exactly. So it's coming from this case, like the organ transplantation, something is not
Transplantation.
Just like sometimes not work out with the patient, so in that case.
No, what you're saying is scientific context. So, like when you look at transplant, that they're not sure whether they might survive. But when I keep on repeating the risk benefit analysis, so when you do that, it's beneficial to save 5 people than 1. Am I correct? So the doctor could do that, saying that I did the right thing to save 5 people rather than just saving 1. Even the 5 people are also young people. Okay? But that is where the guideline comes. Okay? The medical doctor's guideline. Okay? You must put all the resources to save the patient.
Yeah.
If I just don't do any treatment and the patient dies, I'll be handcuffed. As a medical doctor, I'm looking into, I want to save these 5 people, young people, rather than just saving this one person. So I'm trying to do justice. Okay? But no one can say I'm wrong. That is where the guideline thinks that I must exhaust out all the resources that I have to save the one patient. Even that didn't work out, the patient passed away, then I can transplant. Even that, even though fully compatible, I cannot just harvest and transplant. She is not an organ donor. She's not an organ donor. I couldn't find her name in the list. Okay? I must go and ask the parents. Parents say no, no. If the parent says no, it's a no. I cannot harvest. But if she is an organ donor, she has registered, and she has registered like I am an organ donor, I registered that I said all my parts can be taken. I'm already dead. Rather than being burned to ashes or put. So I told my family that if they detect, then everything, even skin, bone, everything, I signed off. It could be used. Okay? So, but if you are not, then we'll ask the parents, the custodian. If the parents say, I'm not willing to give, it goes. Even the government cannot take without the consent. Okay, but the government can put a rule, I will harvest and use it, but cannot, because that is individual right. When you are not there, who has the right? Your custodian has the. It's either your parents, your spouse, or your sibling. If none of them are there, then your uncle and aunties and so on it goes. Okay? But it has to be blood related first. So, do you see the thing here? If there is no guidelines, I can just make sure that in 5 minutes you're going to that. Okay? Then I save another 5 people. My judgment is right or wrong? For you, it's wrong. 1 against 5, for 5 is right. But when there is a guideline, when there's a way to follow, then which one is right? If you don't do it, it's wrong. Because this guideline, this ethical guidance and everything is not done by one person. It's not done by one country. It's done by a very big group of people from different countries and different agencies sit down and decide. Can you now differentiate that how things need to be done? We can say it's right to do it, but what is the guidance? What is the guidance that everyone follows? Okay. So how it has evolved from that is with the feminist critique, social structure and power hierarchy, like slaves. Whatever the boss says, the slave follow. Eat this, try. Some of them, previously, like there's no more this kind of people now. Previously, there is a person who's being paid to eat king's food before the king eats. If the food is poisoned, the person will die. And they are slaves. They are slaves. Now there's no that kind of designation of work. Okay? They, unless that somebody is willing, some team is willing to pay you so high and you're willing to do the work. It's on your voluntary consent. But it is illegal to force someone to do that. Okay? Consent of yeah. Medical versus social model. So it is Cure versus social acceptance. So current focus on. genetics. Genetics is not the great imaging technology is like now a lot of scans and everything that's available like MRI, CT scan, and so on. You cannot simply scan the patient. Okay, multiculturalism, multiculturalism, end of life care, as I said, the life supporting machines. Again, aging. Okay, so when aged people, oh, 90 years old already, okay, you come next year. Okay, like for you to schedule your patient, oh, 90 years old, you come next year, then 15 years old, you come tomorrow. Can I do that? Everyone has to be given the priority. Okay? Healthcare resources allocation. This is where all the countries, all the government, their main resource policy is the healthcare. Okay? So without guidelines, that they can they put more money into new. Can help to identify essential element to ethical decision making, ease pressure, and promote consistency. So this systematical approach is the guide that they have. So that's why the systematical guideline has been built and been put in place. Okay. Think too much. 53 strikes, only 17 now. Okay. I'll give you that exercise when I give you a break now. Short while. So issues to consider: analyze and balance the value involved. Various principles may help autonomy of the pupil. Beneficent means, okay, non-maleficent and justice. What do various available options and our prioritization of certain values, principle, or over others say about who we are? Okay. Make recommendations, involve relevant stakeholders, follow up and evaluation. So you check whether that whatever that on the ethics that you have done is correct or not. Okay. Ensure accountability, consistency, transparency, thereby promoting trust and integrity. So that is what they do. So why
Mother wrote a permission,
Keep the if you give the patient autonomy, the patient will die. Now, we are talking about personal autonomy. It's my wish I want to do it or not. It's my wish I want to take the vaccine or not. It's not my wish I want to live or die. Cannot. At this case, cannot autonomy really. Because you're not in the proper state of mind to think. Okay? So it goes to the medical indication, patient family's preference, quality of life, and conceptual picture. The quality of life is not going to get a proper quality of life because no more hands, no more ears. Okay, but what? But the doctor cannot still kill him. Okay? Okay. Before we go to this, I give you all a break. Okay? Now go to washroom.
11点就可以，它就是说它11点。
I wish that was having.
Rosa. Yeah. Now,
Done already.
yeah. Yeah. Now start with the presentation about the introduction. You start the project? You start writing the introduction.
Bố mẹ sẽ làm cho mình chọn.
这几个休息一下慢点去。
这我不是一想上课。
对，但是他就是休息。
这个
改一节
我不知道为什么，那可能这个是要走一点。
有那个
你没差。
这个 distance
不会，但是这个地方的我还是个很想就是我看
你这是有道理的。
没有啊。
单方
然后总结，然后第一个本身可能不是说，它的那个，就是其他
因为你要生活一个那问题明白啊，大概跟他说，对，说明是看两边的结果也不一样。
知道啊？
了解，但是我也想一个，还不如说一声，说这个简直，不是，我左边停的，就是更小网左边每个地区用。把整个these are the fingers and these are the tables. So all of the picture and tables we should put with that. Yeah. Okay. I saw some others in presentation they just put them on文字。我们不变的那个表格都放在上面都啊，是文字那个从那个表格情况来看。是一个习惯，这个高级的做的是一个习惯，因为最难记的，按心里的多少，不是把这个过来，先得到心里的心况，心里的不多，当然那个那个，当然不是什么老啊，也那个都这样，一个一个。是一个什么的？我不知道。 11咯。来，但我们打一个。第一写，我已经写完了，可以看一下吗？我已经写完了，哎，15页了，还有一个，那真的多少呀？有个那个是。Yeah, fine.
No, I think we have a discussion or
No, 2 classes. Yeah.
and then
Pencil.
Yeah.
prepare and try. No, like just like yeah.
Just deciding on the two food, you haven't even talked to each other. For you to decide on pizza and spaghetti took some time. And for her, she chose a very easy way of saying, yeah, I agree with pizza and spaghetti because she likes it. Papa might say no. No, I said, so she see what pizza that you're ordering, what type of pizza and what type of spaghetti. Okay, so that is how the integrity when you want to make a guideline for ethics. Just a few minutes. Okay, when you want to make an integrity for ethics comes in, it's not easy for ethics to come and tell that you can do this, you cannot do this. Every single integrity, like you can order spaghetti aglio olio, okay, but the spaghetti aglio olio that you're ordering, there's muscles. You know what is muscles? Plant, the clam, the shell plant. So looking at your face, I think she doesn't like.
Yeah.
Okay, but she's okay about that. You okay about spaghetti? The other part of it is how. So when you are coming into ethics, so you need to take consideration of every single small points that come into place and come to a consensus agreeable. Okay, you cannot come and simply say that a broader spec agree. Okay, as I said, pizza. What is the base of the pizza? Okay, what is the ingredient inside? Are you ordering margarita pizza or Hawaiian pizza? You know the name of it. So what sauce do you want? Somebody doesn't like the barbecue sauce on it. Okay, so it's not just choosing between two, pizza and spaghetti, but what are the actual one, the dish that's going to come out here, the two dish. If I say fried chicken, all of you might raise hand and say yes, that's why I said no fried chicken. Okay, so thinking about that, okay, later I think I will continue with this in the afternoon class. I thought our class is 3 hours. I didn't know it's 2 hours. 2 hours means I might have done a different topic to finish it up. This topic 3 jam pun dah cukup. So the evening class is until 5, right? Huh? But we start at 2:30 and we will finish up. Okay? Okay, so I'm sorry, my timing was wrong because I studied that until 12. Okay? What I did. So the industry body.
Okay. Although they internationally targeting medicine is still
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And drawing? Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Any response? Yeah, I can. Ah, 挺好的。我能不能看中国时候他都不学？他都阿拉伯的或者什么的。哪儿他？ 对的，这样子。
现在没上课。啊。
on. No, no battery inside. That's how it was working, right? And hello? Hello? Dalam bilik itu, komputer tak on dah, tapi sebenarnya tak ada apa-apa lah. Ini cuma on, tapi kosong. Ah, okay, okay, okay. Okay. I ask them to come, let's check. So we can decide what to food you want to offer me. Cannot come to conclusion. Okay, so why I ask you to do that is it easy for you to plan, to come to consensus, to come to have a guideline? Is it easy or difficult? It's difficult. So whatever guideline that they have come out and made, so they have gone through a rigorous process of where that it is acceptable to everyone. At the same time, some of the guideline might not be seems to be very correct to you. Okay? And why it's not correct to you? Because you don't feel that it's right. That's it. Okay? It's like you don't feel like eating mussels. Okay? You don't feel like eating beef like me. So it doesn't mean that whoever eats beef, that's wrong. Okay, but that guideline is there as a guide to help out everyone to go through it. Okay? So if you look into biotech, okay, you look into biotech. So first thing that I ask you is that can you clone a person? Well,
This is like, no, that's good. That's no, that's for meeting, like, it's kind of mom and yeah, see, so it's not, I think it's not forbidden everything because of the, yes, so. Essential. I like it's forbidden. Yeah. Maybe someone for whom you want to, so. But,
Tetap driver.
same thing, but sometimes if the two people wants to get married, they will get married in the one contract, but they accept that. So that not for
What kind what kind of center after the last any people check blood disease, viral, drug, anything, genetic, found, not found any problem can
married to people went through because of the not to function. It's the same idea of the
Make the plant more desirable and useful to humans. That's what we are doing now. We have a lot of GMOs. How engineer animals that contain novel gene from other species? Stuff in animals that are more desirable and useful to humans.
What is a suit? It was taking long time until the one the chicken found out. So, yeah.
Okay, now fix it. Ears, cartilages, especially cartilages and ears in the quick. Usually you can see it on the quick's back behind. So you can see that. If you try to Google, you can find the image. Okay. So what is PETA is the animal rights organization. So they will come and fight. Do we have the right to do that? No, we don't have the right. So who fight for animals? The animal activists. Viruses. Animal viruses. Animal could or instead of whether or not we should. Self-determination. Fair, it should be morally relevant differences. Okay, prevent of self-harm. Okay. To our limitation on the principle. So you check what are the principles that is there. Okay. So now I say that okay, Sana and Kappa. So I want to change them. Okay. So can I now take Sana's gene, okay, edit into Tapa's body, and I do vice versa. Okay. If as a researcher and you are my slaves, I want to do it, I can do it. No, you cannot question me. Okay? But now, for you to do that, you have principles and guidance. What you can do, you cannot do. Okay? A person should be free to perform whatever action he or she wishes, regardless of the risk. So I cannot be harming and disturbing other people. Okay? So adjustment to autonomy, and autonomy is not absolute. Okay, as I said, I can kill myself, yes. But it's not absolute because we have a law. People who try to commit suicide, it's fine. And you are living in a country, so if I want to commit suicide and to be safe, Because when I apply to commit suicide, I'm not sure whether I will achieve it or not. If I don't achieve it, I might be in prison. If I achieve it, it's fine. I'm dead. Okay? So contextual, depending on values, priority, need, and social configuration. So autonomy also depends on values. Okay? Like I said, you have a child. Okay? You're married. Let's assume all of you are married. You have a child. Do you have full autonomy on your child? Do you have the full autonomy on your child? Very, very gray, right? Very, very gray. Even when the child is a week old, do you have the full autonomy of the child? You can say, yes, I control. So can you control the child's hunger? If the child cries, you don't want to feed the child. Can, the child will die. So that's the autonomy that you have. But it's not absolute autonomy. You cannot control your child. You say, okay, 5 o'clock only, you should be hungry. You cry at 5. Okay? Even though now I'm your lecturer, okay, the class is conducted by me, I decide your marks, do I have full autonomy on you? Okay? And I say that the only thing you must do today is just go and read my slides. I can see that is my autonomy. But how can I force you to do that? Cannot. Okay, so that's why that we put here autonomy is not absolute. Okay, absolute, sorry. Limits on choices. You see, unacceptable medical practice. Okay, non-beneficial treatment. Okay, uncertainty and probabilities. Like, okay, non-beneficial treatment is what? So you are going to USM clinic. You are going to USM clinic, and the doctor is saying that okay, you are suspected to have influenza. Suspected. Why? Because the doctor does not, the clinic does not have influenza testing. Finish. They cannot test you. So, and you accept the fact that the doctor says that even though it's not tested, the experience of the doctor is influenza, then you go back home. Is it okay? No. Because the treatment the doctor wants to give you for influenza, can you accept the treatment without confirmation? Because that drug might not work because it might not be influenza. It could be a typhoid fever. Understand? Okay? So it violates the health of caregiver, which means that who's your caregiver? The hospital, the thing. So you violate deeply held beliefs of the caregiver. Okay? So the doctor says that you do all of this thing correctly, but you don't want to do. You don't do, for example, as I said, studies at go right. Okay? Patient Self-Determination Act, institution receiving medical care and medical aid. All adult patients must be notified in writing at the time of admission. So that is the rule, right? You must notify. Right to refuse treatment you have, right? Under state law regarding advance directive. Okay. Summaries of institution policies regarding withholding and withdrawing life-sustaining treatment. So I cannot, like I said, when somebody is put under a life-supporting instrument, the doctor cannot repeat it and say that a new patient came in. Institution may not discriminate about advance directives. Notification must be documented. Advance directive and information must be documented. Ongoing staff and community education program on advanced directives should be done. Okay. So principle related to when one should render positive assistance to other and abstain from harm. Minimalist principle of non-malefacence by helping them to achieve benefit which will further their important and legitimate interests. So you must help, should render positive assistance. So all the document and everything is being prepared for the guideline for bioethics and everything is to help people. It's not stop people from doing it. It's to assist them. Don't think that all the ethics there is stopping you from doing your work or research. It's actually helping you do the research correctly and properly. All of this problem that you need to adjust to
Fine. Yeah. So that's this like and sometimes like the road like doing something like this like okay I know like they have something to go but we are the same like we have something yeah I know but nowadays for them it's much became easier. They have private not safe. That's it. So we can well that's why we hope to see them.
Separate that separate which are then treated in a notable distinct way. So what so possible morally relevant differences in healthcare is it reversible versus possible morally relevant. So it's just an example, but it's not that. It's just an example of merit. Whether that how fast you need to get the healthcare treatment, ability to contribute to the society. Okay, this one, ability to pay. So when you go to private, you get faster treatment and everything because you have medical insurance card to pay. But when you don't have the ability to pay, what do you end up? You end up in a government hospital where the, as I said, the queue is long. Yeah, because a lot of people there. Yeah. Documented wishes advance directive, this one. So assessment to justice, compassion, medical uncertainties or probabilities, high tolerance to risk, borderline morally relevant differences, institutional mission consideration, and here principle of parentalism. One should restrict an individual chosen action against his or her consent in order to prevent that individual from self-harm. What is that? Suicide, example. Okay, or to secure for that individual a good which he or she might not otherwise achieve. Okay, like I said, the person needs thanking. Okay, need to be thanked, but he doesn't want. So they went and get the mother's consent and thanking. Okay, so for what they do that? Because if they leave it, it's going to get infected and it's going to be more severe. And a lot of problems going to arise from more health problems. Okay. So assumption underlying federalism, a privileged position allowing an individual to think he or she knows what is the best for another, like the parents. So that's why we call it parentalism. Social role, parent, politicians makes the rule, lawmakers who do policy guidelines and everything. So they take the role of parentalism and they decide for people. Like in Thailand, as I say, policy cases. Like in Malaysia, like you have to compulsorily issue HIV test. Without that, you cannot get registered in marriage. Okay? So if they allow people to think for themselves, there is never ending story there. So some kind of parentalism has to come in. Special knowledge, like religious leaders, they would create some kind of problem or they would help these people think that what is being done is religiously sound. Okay, for example, when we go when you all go to the rural areas and you want to collect sample and do a test, so that or you want to do a medical camp, the problem is that they don't allow you to do that because they're very conservative. What you are what you want to do with that. So who they get? They get the people who's the leader, the village leader or someone, or the religious leader there. They use that, they go to them, they explain everything to them, and if they give the consent, and they will go and preach and talk on behalf of you to the people. Usually when the leader says, they listen and they follow. That is parenting. Okay? Got it? Same thing here, physician. Why I put physician here? If when your doctor tells you, you need to eat this medication, you eat. And your parents tell you, you don't eat. Am I correct? Yeah? Very simple. Okay? Your mother is asking you to do assignment. Hey, Sana, please finish up your assignment. The deadline is coming. You don't do it. So the next day, I come into the class. I say, I change the deadline tomorrow, you do. Because your mother is not giving you the percentage of mark. I am giving it to you. So you will do it. Because you are bounded. These are parents. These are, you want to call it parentalism. Who has the control over it? So that's what parentalism is about. train individuals to determine they are autonomous. For example, people who have lost legs or people who have had an accident still using crutches, okay, to restore their autonomy back, to help to restore their autonomy back. What are the adjustments? Exercise of autonomy, demands of beneficiation, parenterism sometimes the and research lab the percentage is so low. Why?
Because clinical one is the pathology one, but in the research we have 86 material.
No, we have also pathogenic one. I have. You want, I can give it to you. Okay.
Maybe was the people coming from
A clinical one, why they have high risk? When you go to the clinical hospital and then you say that you have throat infection, what they do? They take a swab and they consider it as a normal swab. Throat swab, be cultured to check what it is. So you don't know what it is. So when you culture suddenly turn out tomorrow you come brucella. Everyone in the lab will be infected. Okay? But in the research lab, you know what you work with. If you are working with brucella, you take lots of precautions. If you work with ATCC normal terrain, you also take precaution but a mild one. So clinical lab, they don't know what they are working with. Some of the clinical lab, they don't have enough facilities. That is why the clinical lab have higher rate of statutory acquired infection. Understand? Okay. But look at viral, it is reverse. Clinical lab 16%, 70% from research lab. and 32% from animal related activities. Why now it is in a reversal way? Why? Because
Because the first one is not grown in the animal.
exactly.
Second one is water.
Exactly. So in clinical lab, viruses are not grown. They don't play with viruses. When they get sample, they immediately, like a COVID sample, extract and they do PCR or something, or they do test, any other test. But in research lab, you do culture viruses. The problem is that with culturing viruses is that, okay, the mode of infection of virus is high. And then you see out of 70%, 32% is from animal related activities. Why? When animals are being infected with viruses, does animal breathe? It does. Okay, does animal sneeze? Yes. Does animal fart? Yes. Does animal go urine and feces? Yes. So, does animal touches the cage? Yes. So all of this thing could spread much more easily. If all of you have your internet access, type any involved. And after a few days, she falls sick. So what does the doctor will suspect? Normal flu or anything. And then she was not cured. And then they give her different treatment, different medication, still not cured. Then they start to take a lot of samples at that, and then they found out that it was monkeypox by the time she's there. Because monkeypox infections to human is not common. As I said, there's now smallpox, right? It's not common, so people wouldn't diagnose you for that. But how she could get it? Because the cage is contaminated. She was not wearing her safety goggles. You see, if she was wearing her safety goggles, she might not have been dead. There might not have been a foundation under the name. Okay? But just a simple practice, wearing a safety goggles while working, is also important. Because when you get splashes to the eyes, and doctors cannot diagnose, they don't know what, because you were working with monkey, and she also didn't tell that she got splashes. After a lot of interrogations, she told, then when they checked, but couldn't save her. Okay, you can read about that later. So what I want to tell is that, you see, not handling with the monkey. It gets spread. It can impact the environment, potentially to infect or colonize animals and plants. Right. Now let's say that you are working with H1N1, avian influenza virus. While you are working, next to your building lab. Okay. That's how. In fact, invertebrates, vertebrates, or domestic animal with economical importance. That's what I was telling you. High survival and decimate in the environment. Which means that now when you are, okay, for example, all of you know what is rabies is? Now rabies, right? Dog, mad dog. Disease. Okay. So can rabies virus survive outside the host? Yeah. The dog has to bite you, and the saliva has to go inside your bloodstream for you to get infected. Let's say now you're working with rabies viruses, testing with drugs. Now suddenly that you have spill. Okay? And every time you do you spill, you just say that rabies spray white. Or sometimes you forget, no, the rabies will be dead. But viruses and everything they tend to try to survive. What happens if they can survive? And that's going to create a very world issue. Because now this rabies is going to infect the dog while moving away, then that dog, when bites someone, is going to create a very big issue. Okay? So don't think that you are safe. Okay? You're working in the lab. Windows are open. Didn't immediately clean. And actually, lab, which is microbiological, you cannot have windows open. If you have windows open, you must have the netting so that this vector doesn't come in and takes it out and goes. So things that people don't imagine that happens. Okay? So what is the impact to human? It creates allergenicity, toxicity, pathogenicity, possible alteration of route of infection. Okay? Now it can only through absorption, like rabies. What happens if rabies could be transmitted through inhalation? So you don't have the dog to bite you. Like avian influenza, when the chicken sneezes, you can get it. The virus flies through the the nasal. Possible survival outside of the host. Rabies cannot survive outside of the host. But now, if it can and become antibiotic resistant. Whenever you get infection, doctor gives you antibiotic, you get cured. So do you all know that there's a TB strain called XDR-TB? Okay, I'm not sure I've told you before. Immunity. You're protecting this from infecting human. You're protecting this from thieves, from human. Why? Let's say that people know that I have anthrax culture in my life, but I don't have that. Don't wait till I have. If somebody will come with you. Anthrax culture in my life. Intentional release. Okay, you see, protecting, control, and accountability for valuable biological material in order to prevent their unauthorized access, loss, theft, misuse, diversion, or intentional. In the world, people have done that. Okay, in the world, people have done that. Okay, so this is all biosafety and biosafety come hand in hand. One, you protect. Topic on personal protective equipment. How, what need to be used. Okay, but this is just a glimpse of it. So, what is the biosecurity issue? Is missing biological material. So you go, you have a while, open up your freezer, don't have. So who took it? Allah, I have another one, take and we'll go. Cannot. You must find out who came and took it. So that is the one who can go and affect. Okay. I think all of you know the anthrax cases that happened in US in 2001. Okay. I hope all of you are already born in 2001. Who was born before 2001? Raise your hand. All of you. Okay, good. So you might be a child when the case happens. Okay, so 2001, the anthrax cases happened. Is letter was sent to all these politicians, and when they open, they get powder and they get infected, and that powder was anthrax. They get infected and 5 people die. Okay, do you know how they investigate that? During my early days training, so I spoke to a person who was the investigating officer for the case. Most of the time I was trained by USB, okay, on body safety, and this FBI lady was one of the investigating officers. was old picture machine, putting on it's only $189. Okay, so this is the centrifuge, $339. It's available. It's an old one available in eBay. Okay, so for us, we have to buy it from US. But people who live inside US, they can just carry it across. No one can control you really. Same thing. You go to muda.com or Lelong or something. You can get someone is selling this inside Malaysia. You cannot control that. When coming from outside, you can customs and control. And internally, it's difficult. Okay, that is why all the companies, when they want to send new equipment, they must ask, they cannot send it to your home. If they send it to your home, get caught, the company will be in trouble. Okay, so you are here. I cannot give you Iraq law or China law or Nepal law. Okay, so I'm giving you the laws that is available in Malaysia. I don't know what is available in Iraq, in China, and in Nepal. You have to find out by yourself. So one person is going to benefit more, again. Okay, unless you all want to still work here, still do PhD here, then you need to understand that. So we have a Biosafety Act. But this Biosafety Act in Malaysia does not cover all the aspects of biosafety. It only covers GMO. It only covers both. Quality and Inspection Services Act. So you have Plant Quality Act. You know, mangoes from India, Pakistan, things, very nice mangoes. Yeah, I think you have tried that apart. Yeah. But you cannot simply bring in all the mangoes. You go there, you buy, you cannot bring in. Because there's a special there's certain beetles that lives inside the mango and lays eggs inside the mango. And that beetle is not endemic to Malaysia. They don't have that beetle in the country. So if you just bring in the mango like that, and when you bring in that particular mango has the beetle thing, once you eat, you just throw it out, the egg hatches, and that beetle starts to spread in Malaysia. The plants cannot survive because they are not used to that beetle. So that is the purpose of the law. That's why whenever you get into flight, they say that you cannot bring in plant materials and everything. It is under the plant biosecurity issue. Okay? So it's not simply they want to do that. Why cannot bring in plant? What plant going to do? You are not sure what kind of fungus and everything is sticking to the plant that you don't see. Okay, these are extra, like you have Animal Welfare Act, Animal Act, and you see, under this act, this is why when you go to the lab, you see biohazard bag, the yellow color. So, prescribed schedule waste treatment and disposal procedure. So, your biohazard waste need to be dumped in correctly inside the biohazard bin, and everything is prescribed under the act. If you don't do it properly, if Inform don't do it properly and caught an infection, Inform could be in trouble. They could be charged under the court. Okay. So you have other international regulations. Okay. So why I'm putting international to show you how big it is. You have United Nations Security Council Resolution 1540, which talks about biosecurity. How important biosecurity is about, because any bacteria or viruses can now become biovector. You don't need a gun to shoot. You don't need 1,000 soldiers to come and attack. I send only one person. Go and throw this virus, and he goes back home. All of you infected. Each one of you become reservoir to produce the virus plant. Much more easier. Easier war. So bio war is the biggest problem now. Okay, that is why all these regulations and things are very important. And International Health Regulation 2015, this one really spells out that the need of biosecurity. Okay, throughout the world, this is under the WHO. Throughout the world, you want to get a certification, they have the then you have ICA, International Air Transport Association. They have guidelines how you need to transport. Okay. So these are nation regulation. Later you can just go through the international policy and local policies. I just put it in for you to get the idea. So standard, we have laboratory biorisk management. Sorry, I forgot to change. It become ISO already. ISO 35001. Okay, I'll change it later. Okay. And then guidelines until here. So like you have international laboratory biosecurity guidance, WHO, laboratory biosafety manual, WHO. All these WHO's one, most of this document you can Google and you can get it for free. Maybe if you want to further understand what is there. Okay. Got it? And yeah, I know you are tired. I'm also tired. I'm talking for very long. Today, I don't know why the timetable becomes like this. Okay? So, under the WHO, if you read the latest edition, WHO 4th edition, you won't be seeing this. They have used risk assessment to do this. But don't look at that. Just look at the version 3, edition 3. Understand edition 3 before go to edition 4. That's how we teach in Malaysia. It's not very difficult to understand. Because this one very simple. I put risk group 1. Okay, risk group 1 means what? Unlikely to cause disease in human or animal. But that one they do risk assessment. Okay, the 4th edition I explained to you how to do risk assessment. And when we maintain this, okay, low individual community risk. So what is that? That's a normal flora and fauna, like your lactobacillus, which you use to drink in vitamin yogurt or whatever drink that you have. Nothing is caused. It's still a bacteria. Okay, there's normal, no harm. But when you talk about this group 2, may cause disease, but typically not serious. Typically not serious. Okay? Individual risk you have, community risk also you have, and it's treatable. You see, you can treat that. What disease is that? Flu. So it's low community risk. Okay? But not serious, right? So risk group 3 may cause serious disease, usually treatable. Example, is TB. Okay. Risk group 4, serious or fatal, often non treatable. Example, Ebola. Okay. Ebola very simple. Like I'm sweating, I'm Ebola patient. I sweat, you touch, you get it. Very fast. Okay, you even can go through inhalation and also go through absorption. Okay, and no treatment that your body has to fight it over. People are trying to find. Okay, but now where do COVID fall? Second one. I'm not saying right or wrong. You just tell what you understand, then I'll explain where it falls and why. Okay, Sana? Second. Apa? 2. Start. 3. You? 3. Stop.
3.
3. In. 4. Should be involved. It is serious or fatal and it's not treatable. There's no medication for that. Okay, there's no medication for that. But it does not, WHO does not put it in form. Only one reason. Because the fatality rate is less than 2%. So they put it in 3. It should be in 4. But the fatality rate is less than 2%. They bring it to the 3, and it's usually serious respiratory. But when there's a vaccine, it automatically comes here. Okay. First time itself, it was kept here, but it was moved because of the fatality rate. HIV number 3. Why HIV is in 3? High individual risk, and it's not easy transmission. HIV is not easy transmission. That is why it's Safety level. Biosafety level. Yeah. Step take to safely work with the different than this group. This group used in this assessment. When you want to make this assessment, what is the problem and everything. Later I'll teach you a subject in this assessment. PSL are used in risk management to mitigate the risk, to manage the risk. Okay, so biosafety level are ways to control the agent, like from facilities, safety equipment practices, and PPEs and so on. So once risk is assessed, then the appropriate BSL is usually it's very simple. Risk group 1, BSL 1, risk group 2, BSL 2, risk group 3, BSL 3, risk group 4, BSL 4. It's just proportionally there. Okay. So you see biosafety level 1, the guy, you see, not wearing mask. Worst come to us, not even wearing glove. And he's working in an open bench. Why? Well characterized non-pathogenic organisms or agent. He even can take it and leak it, no problem. Okay? Open bench, no containment. Use good laboratory practice and waste disposal and aseptic technique is required. Okay, you see the guy very clean. Because you know that he won't be infected. But when you look at biosafety level 2, where the person is working, what is that? Yep. Biosafety cabinet. So she's working in a biosafety cabinet, but she's not wearing mask. But she's wearing glove, just a lab coat. Why? The biosafety cabinet now acts as a containment unit to contain the organism inside. Okay? Agents of moderate hazard to personnel or environment. Basic lab, but restricted access. They cannot have containment during the process, like sterilization, large. So you work inside the biosafety cabinet, like autoclave and biological safety cabinet. The waste you need to autoclave. Use good laboratory practice, waste disposal technique and aseptic technique. Example, most respiratory non-lethal. Now, the person working in a biosafety cabinet, but what she's wearing? She's wearing a Tyvek suit. This suit is not lab coat. It's a micro gut suit, which have a pore size of less than 0.2 micrometer. So that when there's splashes, the bacteria cannot pass through inside. And then she's wearing a hoodie, and this is what you call personal air purifier. The system that you have black color is uptake in air. It's taking air from the lab, and there's a HEPA filter inside. The air is filtered and pumped through up. There's a cap with a fan, and the air blows down, up to down. Why the air blows down? Why the air doesn't go like this? Why the air goes down? It gives positive pressure. Air keep on blowing down, even though it's protected, but if you have any holes here and there, the bacteria cannot get in because the air keep on pushing it down. Okay? This unit, the cap and this unit is 20,000 ringgit. Yes. Okay? So, this is a BSL 3 lab, and she has to work in a biosafety level 3 lab. Biosafety level 3 lab, in Inform, do we have? No. It's not just a lab. Okay, so definitely exotic or indigenous agents which are easily transmissible, causing serious or lethal disease. Okay, all work is contained. Engineering controls and control environment were currently do not have facilities to handle. You don't do it. Okay. So BSL 4. I could forget about it. Why? We don't have a BSL content. Okay. If you can Google it, watch it later. Okay. It is. Hold on. I try to check for you. Watch it. Okay. What they are wearing? They are wearing a moon suit, which means that the suit is fully covered. They are not exposed outside. Okay. And they have a walkie-talkie kind of thing to talk to each other, because people cannot hear. And what is this? The orange color wires, what is that? And they're fixing it, you see, they're fixing it here to themselves. This is the oxygen line. Because the space is vacuum, kind of vacuum. Okay? So they need clean air. So the clean air, they get it through this valve. They pull the wire, fix it, they can only move certain place. When they want to move from here to there, you see the wires are here, they have to release the oxygen and they only have about few minutes oxygen left inside. And then they have to walk, pull, fix it, and okay. Yeah.
The experiment not work. The experiment and then not working also. Everything is.